Hello. Although I can see no one is really watching it, but that's alright. For some reason my bitrate is unstable. I don't know why that is. Like, what do you mean unstable? Like, there's nothing going on here. Like, I'm not doing anything besides streaming, so... The internet woes. They never seem to go away, do they? Oh well. Don't have time to worry about that, to be honest. Let's just make sure my tablet is out of the way and everything. It's another sort of unplanned stream, really. This is really annoying me. Also, my light is a bit harsh, isn't it? Oh, I can press. Ah, shut up. Okay. Let's see, let's try to adjust the light temperature a little bit so it's the same as the outside. That's alright. Whoops, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Wrong button. I have no clue what's up with my bitrate. Let me do a quick speed test. How about that? Not on stream, sorry. Just gonna do that on the other machine, which is actually the streaming machine. Let's see what's going on. Wait, average stream bitrate too high? What do you mean too high? Eh? Okay, I'm getting needlessly distracted right now. I'm just not going to worry about it. For some reason, bitrate is too high, and that makes the stream unstable. I have no clue why. So that seems to be Twitch's problem. I just did a speed test like on my end, and it's all fairly fine. So I'm just not going to bother. And as I say that, the upload test has an error. I mean, if it says bitrate too high, then the upload should be working, right? So I mean, I'm clearly streaming, so, man. Yeah, it's all in the range of normal. Okay. So let me zoom in a little bit. So last time what I basically did was I have this GBHeaderExtractor right here. Why is H open? Why is anything open here? What is this? I did not prepare. What's this? All right, yes, Sublime. I mean, the old workspace. That is fine. That is for me to look up stuff. Right, so what I did is I have this GBHeaderExtractor tool that I worked on during my stream. So when I actually started out Twitch streaming, the coding streams, it was sort of the first tool that I wrote. This was when I tried to get back into C and basically learn C and how it works and all this kind of stuff. And there were a lot of things that I didn't like about it. Like I used WCharT because this is what Windows suggested, right? Until I learned that Windows actually now supports UTF-8 and WCharT is not really necessary. I basically was not really happy with the code, and I was also using Visual Studio, while at the point I learned that I can actually just remove the C runtime from my projects altogether, and then just basically, do everything myself, which is nice because I do not have to learn all those C functions and all this kind of stuff. And those C functions are super annoying. I do not like the naming conventions and some of the side effects they do. It's always like, yeah, it kind of is what I want for my project in that current time, but then it has some behavior that's not entirely for my project. Then I have to work around it or write like a wrapper function around it, which then kind of does the thing that I want while still calling into the C library. And it's just like, man, I don't want to deal with this shit. I just want to, get results, get the thing that I want for this project. And if I have to sidestep the C library for that, then I just do that, whatever, right? That obviously meant I had to learn a lot about like Windows, because I have to use the kernel user libraries directly, right? Excuse me. And yeah, so I was basically on this whole path of learning, and now I'm sort of in a state where I'm like, okay, I want to rewrite my old tools with the stuff that I learned now, right? So what I then went ahead is like, let's actually, so this is in release mode. Let's rebuild this. Actually, clean first. Not sure if that does anything, and then a rebuild. So my goal was then basically to go ahead and make this project with just using the bat files, calling the cl.exe directly. And my next video on the YouTube channel that I have pinned here is basically going to be about, how does this bat file work and how do I set up projects without Visual Studio, right? So I'm going to have a sort of an instruction on how to set this up. So yeah, so I took this program and basically translated it over into this project structure, and that basically turned out into a whole rewrite, right? The only thing to mention is I have just this one C file that gets compiled. So if we look at the build.bat, there is this C file right here. So everything is in a single compilation unit. The only exception is this nocrt C library, which is a second compilation unit. And the reason why I did this is because pragma function memset says, okay, from here on, do not use the memset intrinsic, but rather use this defined memset function right here. But this persists throughout the whole compilation unit. And I didn't want that to be the case in main, so I just, did this whole separate compilation unit so I can actually define those. And then if the C compiler actually decides, hang on, I can't use the intrinsic, I need to call into this one, it will just call into this compilation unit, right? Resolve it with these. That's basically it. So that is the reason why I have no CRT here. But otherwise, everything else is in this own C file. And it's fairly simple setup. I mean, I actually want to remove some of this stuff into a different C file because what I want here is basically just program start. All that is doing is setting up the console, make sure it's UTF-8 output and things like that. It allocates a memory arena, which is basically a buffer that I use throughout the whole program for memory allocation, right? And if there's anything that goes wrong throughout the entire program, all I do is basically just call exit process, right? Because like, yeah, in C, with the C runtime, you do the same thing, but you kind of have to either call exit yourself. No, actually, you can do exactly the same. Never mind about that. But basically, I do not worry about like cleanup at the end or anything because I let the OS handle that. Because every handle that you open on Windows and every memory you allocate, as soon as your process dies, all those resources are freed up by the operating system anyway. So there is no way of a memory leak in between. It would be a really poor operating system if that was the case, right? And then I have command line options right here, which just fills up the option struct, set up some paths for the option thing. So this is basically all command line related. This doesn't even have a return because it just exits immediately. I should have done the same here, but you know, I kind of it changed the way I wanted to do things in the middle of while I was coding this project, right? So. And then I basically just call program run. So this is like, you know, what the C runtime would be doing as well. So this is just some basic setup. And then we go into the program logic right here. So program run, which actually is able to return an exit code and then just calls exit process with that exit code. But most of the time I just exit from program run as well. So whatever. And this is basically the program run. No, this is read headers. This is the program run, right? So we have a few arguments here. So basically passes you in the memory allocator, so the memory arena that has been reserved for you, and the command line options. This arena needs to be unused. It is actually used now, so that can go away. And basically what I'm doing, I'm checking the flags, whether I'm in UI mode, which is not available yet, which is what the stream is about today, right? And then if it is not in UI mode, we go on with the program and continue in the CLI mode, so the command line interface mode. And then it basically calls read ROM headers, which is like this function right here that just iterates through everything, through the folders, and tries to read out the ROMs, and then, you know, reads the ROM header, writes it into the output file, and so on. So yeah, that's basically it. That's the entire program. To be honest, read ROM headers can probably go somewhere else. You know what, let's make this real quick. Just before I make this, I also have a folder with third-party libraries. So here I'm using stb sprintf, right? This is the only third-party library I use at the moment. And then I split things up right here. So I still have H files and C files. But then what I do in the main.c, I basically just include the C file. I didn't even have to include all those H files as I do right here. That's just... I don't know why I did it, but it's there now, so I'm just going to leave it. Because the C file already include anything else as well. And yeah, I mean, there's no reason why you can't just include a C file, right? It's just text, whatever. So I don't have multiple compilation units, but I still have this sort of separation of the model of like, okay, here are all the definition and types, and here are the actual implementations if I need to look at something, right? And then if I wanted to have separate compilation units and then link them all together, I can still do that, right? So the option is still there for me. It's just right now, I don't want it. Okay, so there's this no CRT stuff, which I mentioned before, which is just memset, memcopy, and this really weird integer value that needs to be there for floating point calculation for the for the Microsoft Windows C compiler, right? So this is basically all just things to shut the compiler up so I can compile without the C runtime. Then I have like I/O stuff. So here's like a few path related things, right? So if I need to combine two path strings together or get the executable name or the current process directory, all this kind of stuff, right? The output is basically, that belongs to the program. So we open an output file that I can actually write into, and then I have, well, write a string into the output file or write the header into an output file with this, which is a specific header for this program, right, for the CSV file. And then I have write output the ROM headers, right? So I'll just pass in the ROM header, and then it's basically anything to do with the output file right here. There's also some functions right here that are local for this compilation unit if I would wanted that, right? Like CSV specific, like format for CSV stuff, where if you have quotation marks in the middle of a string, you have to quote it with double quotation marks, right? Stuff like that. Then I have the same for input, which specifically just deals with input stuff. So I can create an input buffer right here, which I then can reuse. And then here I have, by the way, the input buffer is also just an arena, basically. And then I have read ROM headers from file, right? So I have somewhere a file opened, and I'm just going to read the ROM header struct, basically fill out all of this in one of these functions right here. Right, so all this stuff, like the pack type, set the specific strings, and all this kind of stuff that I need, like all the publisher and stuff like that. And then I have console stuff. So here's all the console related things. So setup console, write the last Windows error, or write a specific Windows error. So write last Windows error is actually just calling this. And then write last window error and exit, because I found this pattern where I mostly, okay, sometimes I'll just write a Windows error and then can just exit. But sometimes I want to do a few more things, like attach a proper, error message onto the output, but then I kind of need to allocate space for that. So I kind of need the arena, but then allocating, if that fails, it might actually reset the last error code. So I kind of have like this little helper function where I can then be just like, okay, write the last Windows error and exit, basically. And it does all the right things that I needed to. And I have just, write a string into the standard output, or write it into standard error. That's it. There is no formatting here. I'll show you in a second why. And there is a specific exit code that I have, which has with setup console. If you run this without a console set up, it doesn't allocate a console at the moment. It will just exit the process with this hex code 57D0FF, which basically reads as std off, which means we do not have any standard handles. Right? I could try and mitigate that, but I don't care at this point. Right? It's a CR tool. So yeah, so here's the console C. As you can see, it just does that. And then here in base, I have like all the basic things, right? So I have this common H, which is basically all type defs of the type that I'm using. I'm using compiler-specific types because those have a fixed width. Those are MSVC only, right? I could probably use something more generic like the C types, but I didn't want to bother with like variable things, and I'm not porting this to any other platform anyways. This is 64-bit Windows only. I don't care about anything else at this point, right? And if I do, my God, a basic if-def and defining new types with like, whatever is there on the platform for fixed integer types, it's not a big deal, right? People make it always such a big deal, like such a big fuzz about portability, and it's just like, just don't give a shit. Anyways, we have min-max stuff right here, a few macros. I found this quite handy. I saw this in the RAD debugger source code, so I borrowed it, which is quite nice. It's basically like you can specify numbers in kilobytes, megabytes, gigabytes, or terabytes, and then it just gives you the bytes of it, which is nice. I have a few asserts and traps, which is kind of useful. This unused helper, this is basically shut the compiler up if I have some kind of parameter that I don't use, but needs to be there because of Windows API reasons or whatever. I don't know, array size, stringify stuff, min, max, clamp to ceiling, is power of 2 and align power of 2, right? So that's like basic stuff that I use a lot. Then I have some string helpers. I have the string type right here, which is basically unsigned 8-bit pointer to some memory, and then I have the length of that memory. These strings can either be zero terminated or not. It's up to you. So watch out what you do with it. I have like initializers right here, string, and then for string literals and string literal constants, I have like different syntax here. I can make a C string out of these, but like I said, be careful if you don't have zero terminated strings, then your program is blowing up. I have a comparison between strings to see if they're equal, and then here I have string format stuff, right? So I can have a format, classic formatting string, which returns me one of those string types then afterwards with an arena, because, I want to put it somewhere. I have format list, which is basically just VA list instead of this ... right? So this format calls actually format list at some point. And then I have string format buffer. So this is for situations where I do not have an arena available and I just want a single static buffer that I fill up of a fixed size, so I can still do that if I wanted to. That's pretty much it. That's the whole program. And I mean, so I compiled this one, right? So this was with the C runtime library. And if we look, hang on. If we try and find the executable release, GBHeaderExtractor, actually, let me, right? So it's 186 kilobytes. 186 kilobytes. Let's do this one in build release, right? And then let's check out that size. So we go to projects, GBHeaderExtractor, build release. The new one is 38 kilobytes. Mind you, this program is doing the exact same thing. I don't know about you, but I like this one better. So yeah, it took me way longer than I wanted to because of all the arena stuff. That was quite hard to figure out, to be honest. Hard to think about, thinking about virtual memory and how it works and how the APIs works and stuff like that. I'm still not sure it fully works. I should probably test that out somehow, but yeah, maybe with lots of recursive folders or something like that. I have to do some tests, basically. But anyway, that is only my real concern. So if we look here, I have this little to-do, right? So there's still some things I need to do, like add version information to the executable, add a manifest to the executable, so it always starts in UTF-8, right? And then I have found one bug. This is if you have quotation marks in an input and output path that you pass as command line arguments, it will just not work, right? And then I have a few features here that actually critical. I should add debug and test memory arenas, right? This is a big one. I do have implement arena profiling tools to gather stats, which probably falls into this anyways. But it is critical before I actually release the next version, right? There's a few nice to have things. So at the moment, if the file is not 32 kilobytes, I'm not even bothering parsing it because it most likely is not a Game Boy ROM because 32 kilobytes is the smallest ROM that is possible. Yeah, anything else seems a bit dodgy. Although there's one thing that is less than 32 kilobytes in ROM, and that is the Game Freak, I think. But yeah, so maybe add an option so I can remove that limit, but then it still needs to be smaller than hex 150, or exactly the size of hex 150, right? Because anything smaller than that is definitely not, that definitely doesn't work. Disable some prefixes for path, like, device paths or unparsed paths right here, or actually NT paths. Those should definitely not be allowed. This shouldn't be allowed because it increases the path lengths by quite a bit, and I do not want to support long paths at the moment. And then we have this thing right here, which is what I'm trying to focus on for today, which is implement GUI. I like my command line tools to also have the option to run with a UI. Actually, I should have done UI first and then have the option to also run as command line tools, right? That's usually the way around it works. But since I had no idea how Windows UI programming worked, I started with the console one first. Yeah, so that's about it. So I think I'm gonna do some UI stuff. But first, some water. Okay, about what I just noticed, that executable name is not right. And I'm not sure why. So this is run. This is debug. Did I not change build? I did, but I didn't save it. Oh man, okay. So build release, right? And now we have one in this format right here. And yes, so the details I need to fill out at some point. The reason why I want the old executable name is, even though I kind of like this style more, because this closely resembles the project names and stuff like that, it's not... You know, I already released the version with this executable name, and if I release a new version and it has a different executable name, it's just kind of confusing, right? So I just want to keep it the same. Right. If I want it different, it would be a different program, essentially. And I don't want that. So, and I also have this little folder right here in programs, right? So this is something which I basically put all my programs into that I can call from anywhere, right? So if I just go to, if I just go in here to X, I can still call GBHeaderExtractor, right? And it will just basically run. And now I've probably created an output CSV file right here. Yeah. So I basically have a path pointing at this, so I can use all of these tools with just a command line. Okay. Hey, IO means life. I have an IO folder right here, so you know this is life. This is life right here. I was just comparing executable sizes, by the way. So my new program without the C library right here that does exactly the same thing as the old version with C library. So the new one is 38 kilobytes, and then the old one, right here, 187 kilobytes. Those two programs do the exact same thing. Isn't that crazy? Just something to think about. And yes, I could make this executable smaller by just, linking to the VC runtime DLL. But, dude, then you have to worry about, look at all these runtime DLLs, right? Okay, I probably don't need MFC and stuff like that, right? But the VC runtime is what I need. And then you need to worry about, okay, is this on the user's system or not? Do I need to ship it or not? Do I need to ship an installer or not? It's just bonkers to me. Anyways. And now stalling, I should do the UI. There we go. Implement GUI. That is a big to-do. But oh yeah, I wanted to move the ROM headers into a different C file, right? It's just so the main file can be a bit smaller. So let me do that real quick. So let's have a new file. If not defined, Dani lib, what shall we name this? Program.h. No, actually, GBHeaderExtractor, right? Define this one. So this is the header guard, and we just call this program.h. Yep. And then I'm just gonna have a definition of this little one right here. Boop. And we need to include base arena.h. We need to include options, options.h. I think I named this right. And input buffer is IO input. Yep. So include IO input.h. And string, well, that is in include base string.h. Cool. And then I need a program.c new file. Include program.h. Program.c, and then in the main, I just do include program.c. I don't need the program.h, but I started doing that, so I'm just going to continue doing it, whatever. And then we just copy this whole implementation and put it in program.c. Cool. So this is read ROM headers, and then we have program run, which I probably want to put in here as well, to be honest. I really want the main to just be the entry point with nothing else going on. So, yeah. Program.c. And I can actually put this before read ROM headers, because this is where we call into the UI stuff. Okay, now the main is much nicer. Right? What? Oh, I'm not in the project folder. Holy moly, why not? GBHeaderExtractor build. Exit code success undeclared identifier. Is it now? Is it now? Yes, probably is. Probably is, because I'm using it up here, don't I? So, fine. I mean, sure, why not? Why not? It's not that it matters. It's just 0 anyways. Whatever. So this is the entire program. Right? It's called program run. That's where the magic happens. And again, I like having everything in a single compilation unit, so that's why I import all the C stuff in here, so I don't have to worry about, you know, the linker stuff, except for this no CRT. That is a different thing. But anything else is just in main.c, so I just need to compile that one. Okay, so in program.c, if I have program run, I check for the options flag, which is options flag GUI. So if I call GBHeaderExtractor, right, so GBHeaderExtractor GBHeaderExtractor with -GUI, at the moment we just get an error saying GUI mode is not supported yet, right? And if you don't have GUI attached to it, it just goes into the normal console thing, right? So it actually just passes the file that you specify with input output, or if you don't specify them, in the current folder of the executable. So this is the console program. And now I basically need to do the same thing for UI. So first what I need to do is I need to unset a few flags. There is flag no file, which makes no sense for the UI mode, right? Because if you set no file in the GUI mode, I can show you that. So let's say we say no file. What happens is the flag std out will be set. And then anything that needs to be written into the CSV file is actually output into the console, right? So as you can see right here, this is usually what goes into the CSV file. Similar, std out does not make sense for the UI mode because, you know, why would I see std out when I'm in the UI mode? Doesn't make any sense whatsoever. If I specify std out but not with no file, it will create a file and output to the console, right? If you want to debug something or whatever, I don't know. It was just an easy flag to implement, so I just did it. So I need to disable those. Then I need to go ahead and disable the console, right? Because this is built in as, where is it? I can't find stuff. In the linker flags, I have subsystem console. Now, subsystem on Windows is kind of peculiar. So if you actually go to the task manager, can we actually see that? There is a process. No? Oh, I thought it would show up. No? Well, there is this CSRSS. Okay, I thought there would be a CSMSS, which stands for System Manager, right? Which is basically the manager on Windows that deals with all the subsystems. And, you know, if you run a specific program for a specific subsystem, it would invoke that one. On Windows, there's only one main subsystem, really, and everything else is derivatives of it. Before that, they had a POSIX subsystem, which no longer is available. So you could run POSIX programs on Windows. Now, for example, the Linux subsystem for Windows is also such a subsystem, I believe. Although I'm not quite far into that chapter yet. I'm reading a book about Windows internals at the moment, that's why. Anyways, you can specify the subsystem right here. So you can also specify whether your program is a Windows driver or anything like that. So usually what you would do is just Windows, right? This is for UI applications. And you can do anything with it. You can even make a console application with this, right? But the difference is, so you can also set console here. Now, what's the difference here? If you set subsystem console, your executable is known by the kernel to be a console application. So it actually waits for the output to happen, right? It waits until your process is closed and then continues execution with other things, right? So that has the thing. So if you actually type in your command and run the program, you see all the output first before you then can continue with typing in a new command and continuing with other programs, right? If you specify subsystem Windows and you just, you know, open a new console window with there, which you can do, or attach to a current running console and then try to write to the console, the kernel will, however, not wait for the output to happen. So maybe I can show this if I just do Windows now. And then here in in IO console, what I need to do is actually just say attach console, I believe. Right? Let me check all the parameters though. Process ID. Yeah, we can use -1. This is the ID of the current process. So, dude, it's a U, okay? Is that all right now? No? Is it L? Oh, for crying out loud, is it LU? Okay, I don't like you. So I'm just gonna cast it, fine, just cast it to a D word. Are you happy now? I didn't want to use that, but I should also know how to spell D word. Oh dear. There we go. So if I do this now and then say, let's say I say build debug GBHeaderExtractor, right? And let's say recursive, so it takes a while. So this is a bit weird now, right? Because as you can see, I started the program, but then immediately afterwards, I get the prompt to add my, so I can start the next program essentially. And then all the output comes afterwards, and I can type now. So the console does not wait for this to finish because it doesn't know that it is a console application. It thinks it's a Windows application, which means it's UI. So it shouldn't wait for it because, you don't wait for an UI application. That is nonsense. So that is one of the differences. And you cannot make it so that a console application, if you don't compile with subsystem Windows, you cannot make it so it waits for it. I tried, I looked, it doesn't seem to be possible. You have to have console, right? So the kernel knows this is a console application. However, what you can do is, if you have a console application and you want to start it in UI mode, there's two different ways of how you can detect UI mode. Either you have a specific flag that a user needs to pass in, right? Which is what I have in this program. Or you make it so if a user double clicks the executable and passes in no command line options, then you go into UI mode, right? It depends on what you do and what you want to do with your program. And what you then can do is, in one of those instances, you can just detach from the console, right? So that might have the effect, though, that if you start the executable not from a terminal, but by double-clicking it, there might be a brief split second where a console window pops up. Might. Right? But I mean, who cares? Or what you could also do, what some games have been doing in the past, is just they simply opened the console window anyways, and then just let it out in the background for like logging information or stuff like that. You could do that as well. So there is so we have attach console. No, there's alloc console. So if there's no console, you can actually alloc one. And then you can also just say free console. Now this is safe to do, I believe. Even if you haven't allocated the console. Because the kernel attaches the console to you, right? If other processes share the console is not destroyed, but the process that called free console cannot refer to it, right? So that meaning if I run this program from my terminal here, this is a console instance, right? And basically when you start a console application from here, this console instance gets attached to the process of your program, right? And you can detach from that, but I'm just saying free console. So that way you would free up the console so it doesn't wait for the program to finish, and you can continue displaying your UI. So, yeah, let's just do free console, whatever. I don't even need to check for the result, I think. Where was I? Brain. Okay, here. So disable console, right? We can do that by just saying free console. Done. Don't need to check for the results or anything. And of course, I completely ignored unsetting those flags. Isn't that nice? So let's do that. So what we have is options, flags. And what we want to do is and equals and negate all the bits of options flag std out and options flag no file. There we go. So disable flags that make no sense for a UI application. Let's actually see if this works in the debugger, right? I like to check things. So debug, and we're passing in minus no file minus std out minus GUI. And then we go into F11 to step in, and we go into run program and set a breakpoint right here. F5. Okay, so what do we want to take a look at? We want to take a look at options flags, right? Let's take a look at it as, nope, as bin, right? So here we have the flags that are currently set. I don't remember exactly which position I used for which flag, right? But we can see if it actually changes. So std out. Actually, I can't look it up, can I? Oh, I have it right open right here. So std out would be 4. Hex 4, right? So, right. So this bit right here. And input and output are set automatically, even if I don't specify them. Then I have no file, which is this one, right? So we have this. And then GUI is the last one, I believe, right? 80, yeah. Okay, cool. So we have these, which is exactly what we're seeing here. 1, 0, 0, 0. You probably can't see that. Sorry, it's very small. Don't really. Oh, you can. Oh, look at that. Ooh. Man, I love this tool so much. Okay, for some reason it doesn't increase. Okay, you can increase the font and stuff from code separately. Okay. So yeah, that's exactly that. And after we disable those things, we actually just want to see this number right here, right? We want to disable these 2 bits. So let's continue. So F10, there we go. We successfully disable std out, and there we have disabled no file. And then we say free console. Nice. Okay. And then we, of course, exit because, you know, there's, yeah, it's not, we haven't done anything yet. Right, let me close this Visual Studio stuff though. Okay. Now, I'm curious if I now start this. Right. Let me rebuild real quick, because there was a lot of stuff in there. Anyways, so this executable now, if I double click it, I wonder if I will see a console window flash out real quick if I start this with UI. So how do, no, what? I hate this new. Sure, create a desktop shortcut, whatever. Doesn't matter. I just need to be able to add command line options here. Target minus GUI, right? Yeah, indeed. So we see it flash up real quick. What is the current folder? Is it desktop? No. Oh, well, it doesn't create a file. I'm not sure why I looked for a file there. And my dog starts barking. I'm sorry. Roa, come here. At least she's quiet now. Okay. I might have to take a quick break to calm her down a little bit. I guess she heard something outside and now is losing her shit. Yeah, okay. Let me take care of her real quick. I'm gonna bring her into this room. Should just take a minute. All right, got her on my lap. You might see her head a little bit. Yes, lay down. All right. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Oh my gosh, you're such a princess. All right. Roa moment, exactly. Okay, so we disabled those flags. We freed the console. That is fine. Actually, that is a... Ooh. My keyboard was not... Okay, one thing we should probably test is... So, build, debug. Oh, I'm still writing the output. Okay, whatever. Oh, I wonder if I don't write it at all, if it will still pop up. That might be why it popped up, because I actually wrote into the console. But now that I removed it, there's nothing that's being written into the console before I get to this point. Anyways, I can test it later. Let's not stall anymore. I need to display a UI window and enter the message loop. And I've completely forgotten how this works. I used to know this by heart as a teen, which is fascinating, and now it's just all gone. I still remember some class names and stuff. But let's make a new folder, call this GUI, and have a new file. and that will be GUI, actually, yeah, GUI.h, and GUI.h, right, and this will be GUI.c. Holy moly, did you just fart? I think my dog just farted. Ooh! Girl, for such a small creature, you have the worst farts. Okay. Free gas, yeah. All right. So let's start by opening a window, right? So Win32 window. Get started. Sure. First window program. Why is there two different guides about a traditional desktop application and a new one? Huh. Okay, I remember window class. Let's see. We're going to use the A one because I have set this whole process code page to be UTF-8. So I'm just going to use that. Okay, contains the Windows class attributes that are registered by register class function. This structure has been superseded by Win. Okay. Well, let's use Window class X. Why not? Window class X structure is similar to the Windows class structure. There are two differences. Window class X includes the CB size member, which specifies the size of the structure. Why don't you know the size of the structure? Interesting. And the H icon SM member, which contains a handle to a small icon associated with the window class. Well, we're not going to bother with Windows anyways. Okay, window class X. Let's use that. So what I'm gonna have is just void open window, open main window, right? And what we probably want is an arena, because you know we might want to allocate some stuff on the arena while we are in UI mode. And what we also probably want is options for the command line options, right? For that, I need to include... Nope. Nope. We are outside of this folder in base, and we are in arena.h. And for options, we are outside of this folder in options, options.h. Right. Then we have that the implementation right here in the C file. And we're going to do all the Windows C stuff right now. So window class X. Okay. Let's just call it window, whatever. And we need to set CB size, right? The size and bytes of the structure. Set this member specifically to that. Why couldn't you have done this yourself? I don't... Right, size of... Oh, actually, let me use specifically the A version. Right. I don't understand why I have to tell you how big your struct is that you're providing to me. Class styles. The class styles define additional elements of the window class. Two or more styles can be combined by using the bitwise OR operator. Okay, Windows. Right. This I do remember a little bit. Aligns the Windows client area on byte boundary in the X direction. Allocates a device context to be shared on all windows in the class. Because Windows classes are process specific, it is possible for multiple threads. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Probably don't need that. Sends a double-click message to the window procedure when the user double-clicks the mouse while the cursor is within the window belonging to this class. Ooh, okay. Drop shadow. Okay, that's for menus. Indicates that the window class is an application of okay. Is an application global class. What are application global classes? A process must register a window class before it can create a window of that class. Well, yeah, that makes sense. Registering a window class associates a window procedure, class styles, and other attributes with the class name. Yep. When a process specifies a class name in create window or create window X, the system creates a window with the window procedure style. And okay, yeah, I do know that. But like... Application global classes. Right, okay, so it's just something that's available on the whole process. Right. HRedraw redraws the entire window if a movement or size change, right? Disables close on the window menu, no. OwnDC allocates unique device context for each window in the class. I mean, we only have one window, so I don't know. Don't think I need any of these. Yeah. Don't need any of that. Window procedure points to the window procedure. You must use the call window proc function to call a window procedure. Okay, so this is like the, from what I remember, the callback of the windows. So any messages that go to this window will be handed to this callback. The number of extra bytes to allocate following the window instance. Is that why I need to specify the size? But then, no. Weird. Okay, let's just go with what they're setting here, right? So they're setting the Windows procedure for the callback, which makes sense, you need that. And then the H instance. The handle to the application instance. Get this value from the H instance parameter of W in main. Well, if I don't have a W in main, how do I get the instance? Well, instead of looking through the documentation, what I'm going to do is just do this right here. Look for winmain and look in how it's called. And here we have the instance. Let's go in this one, VC runtime. Okay. So let's go to this one and figure out where this is called. I'm not sure why I keep this window so small. I would so love to show you how my dog is laying on my hand right now. I mean, it restricts my movement and is really uncomfortable, but gosh darn it, is it cute. I mean, there's this thing here called image base, which is reinterpreted as an H instance. By the way, what is an H instance? A void pointer. Okay. Microsoft, you and your silly names. Okay, well, where is this coming from? Nowhere. Image base. Ah. Oh, so this is the base pointer of the current executable. Interesting. Okay, so, okay, all right, okay. Let's go to this and look for H instance. A handle to an instance. This is the base address of a mod. I should have just read the documentation right. H module and H instance are the same today, but represented different things in 16-bit Windows. Okay. So this is the base address of the module. So there must be a Win32 function to get the base address of the module, right? So Win32 H instance module. Okay, Win32 get module handle. How about that? There we go. Retrieves the module handle for a specified module. The module must have been loaded by the calling process. Well, how can I get the current? If the parameter is null, get module handle returns a handle to the file used to create the calling process, the executable file, which is exactly what we want. That is our H instance. Cool. So window H instance equals get module handle 0. Done. He says. Yeah, that's fine. And then we have the class name. So the class name is to register this window for the operating system. And I know a fun fact about these class names and how the registration actually works. If you look in my YouTube channel, I have a video on Windows atoms and the atom table. And I talk about one of the Windows atom tables. So Windows is actually using a lot of atom tables internally that are not accessible by the program. And one of these atom tables is holding the class names for all the classes that you register. So fun fact there. So class name, okay. So we're just gonna, man, I love these Hungarian notation prefixes are just so bad shit. LPSZ. I mean, I'm using an IDE that can't even tell me like types, and I have to, you know, look into sometimes the definitions and stuff. But it works. Like whoever came up with this is just like, I mean, okay, maybe it's just a thing of at the time, right, where they didn't have good editors or things to look up, and it was harder to look up stuff, I suppose. I don't know. What do I name this? GBHeaderExtractor main window. Why not? All right. Could call this anything really. So, and after we have done that, so there's a whole bunch of other things I could set, but I'm not going to bother with this right now. Icon, cursor stuff, brushes. What is brushes? Background brushes. All right, so the... Okay. A color value must be one of the following standard system colors. The value 1 must be added to the chosen color. Okay, what is color window then? 5. And I remember there's an GBHBrush macro, I think. What? Isn't there? Was I mistaken? HBrush. Oh, good Lord. Well, interesting. Okay, I remember you had to call something like HBrush and then the color of the window, and I'm wondering if it just adds one to the chosen system color that you have added there. But okay, I think the default is the window color anyway, so I'm not gonna bother with it. And then what we're gonna have to do is just call register class, or in our instance, register class X? Is that a thing? Or is it not? Yes, has been superseded by the register class X function. And what this is doing, it just needs a pointer to the Windows class structure. And there you see, it returns an atom, which is exactly what you get back when you put things in the Windows atom table. Okay, so an atom is just an integer, right? So I don't like using these Microsoft things. So I'm just gonna, okay, an atom is a word. What is a word? A word is an unsigned short. So a U16. Thank you very much, U16. So this is our window atom. We call register class XA. Yes, and okay. If the function succeeds, the returned value is a class atom that uniquely... class atom, yeah. It's a fucking integer, just say that. This atom can only be used by create window, yeah. If the function fails, the return value is 0. Or, as Microsoft likes to have, invalid atom, I believe, which is just 0. There we go. Those are the types of defines that like make no sense to me. Like, why? Okay, we need a pointer to window. Actually, let's call this because, oh my, you fail me, Sublime Text. I wanted to call this window class, right? And then we have the window atom. If this fails, you can just call get last error. And if this fails, well, everything fails. So if window atom is 0, what I want to do is just say, well, I can't do print last window error now, can I? Because the console is gone at this point. So let's just call exit process with get last error. Right? So get last error returns an integer basically that describes the last error code that happened in Windows. So if register class fails, it returns an error code. If you call exit process with anything but 0, it basically counts as, you know, the process has terminated with, you know, an error, right? Because 0 is success and anything else is a failure. if you exit your process with that, you can then figure out, okay, what was the error code of the process, and then you can go on to the system error codes right here. So Win32 debug system error codes, right? And they're all described in here, and it will be one of those numbers. And then you can figure out, okay, what actually happened. Now, some programs might override these values and have them as their own, or they just use error codes that go past this last value right here. So this is the last Windows error code, right? So up to this point, they're all Windows errors that are reserved, although there are some gaps in between, but still, you know. And then you basically have to check with the, you know, with the programmer of that program to figure out what went wrong. But anyways, in this instance, I'm just going to do this. I think one thing I could do is display a message box, but I don't want to do that right now. So I'm just going to make a little to-do here. Display message box with the error. Right. How could this fail? That is an interesting question. I know no one in the chat asked this, but I asked this myself. How can this fail? Oh, you want to go to the back? All right, hang on. Let's make you some space. There you go. I'm free. Whew. And now you're jumping down. You're making me nervous when you jump down and walk around here. I never know what you find on the floor. Well, it's not clear to me how this could fail. Maybe if you register it twice. Let's try that. Let's see if that is the case. Build, debug, and what we're doing is minus GUI. F11. Program run. Oh, I'm not calling it yet. My bad, my bad. Program.c. Open main window, and what we're going to do is pass in the arena and the options, right? So build. Whoa. Open main window undefined. Why are you undefined? Because I'm. Yeah, that's entirely correct. Because I don't include you, right? So GUI.h build. Whoops. Build. What? No such file or directory. Why not? Ah, right, because we are... Right. There we go. What? Still not? Open main window? Open main window? Open main window? But it is right there! Oh, I haven't included. Oh my god, I'm a genius. I'm a fucking genius. Okay, so include GUI.h. Again, probably not needed. I just need the C file right here. I have forgotten that. Will you look at that? GUI.c. Cool. Build. Again, build. Window atom redefinition. That is entirely correct. That was stupid. Window atom 2. Build. Register class XA. Fatal link error. Okay, so where is this defined? Register class X is in user32.dll, which means I need to link to user32.lib, which I have not done yet. So build.bat. So not just kernel32lib, but user32lib. That will blow up our executable a tiny bit. And then I have unused local parameters, right? That is fine because we're not using those yet. Okay, so I have finally built it. Now I can finally run it. F11. F5, right? Let's go to open window, breakpoint, bam. Okay. So register class X. The first registration, locals, fine and dandy, right? So we have this atom right here. So this worked. Let's try and register the same thing again. Okay, so register is not just register, it's basically register or get. So if this has already been registered, you just receive the same atom. Wait, no, you don't. I was looking at the wrong thing. You actually receive 0. Okay, so it could fail if you're just trying to re-register it. So if there's already a window that is this would fail. Okay. That means I can adjust my error message a little bit better later on. Okay. That is fine. So why did you not write this in the documentation? If the function fails, the return value is 0. Yeah, but it would be nice to tell me how it can fail. Like, why do I have to debug this to figure it out, right? Okay, whatever. Okay, so that means we have registered the window class. And now I can create a window, right? Okay. I have not defined a Windows procedure yet, which is fine because we haven't created the window yet. I see I need the instance handle again. So I probably have to pop that out somewhere. Hang on, but Windows procedure, is this like a default procedure if I just add this one? Is it just gonna magically work? Right, so window class. This is just something that's always there. No. It is an undeclared identifier. Okay, so I need to fill that out once I actually have written the Windows procedure to handle all the Windows messages. But let's not deal with that right now. We're gonna call create window X. Specifically, create Windows XA. And, okay, module handle, we probably want to pop that out because we're gonna need that more than once, so let's just call this void star handle and get our module handle, right? Handle. Okay. And let's just copy and paste this like that. And this HWND, so H for handle, W and D for window, I suppose. So that will be the window handle that we actually get back. And in typical Windows fashion, this is probably just gonna be a pointer again. Wait, this is MFC. Why am I an NFC? Okay. I do have this page of Windows types, so let's look here. A handle to a window. This type is declared in windev.h as follows. Okay, so maybe if I look for that. What? What's going on? Windev.h. Why didn't you find that? Declare handle. Interesting. Well, I'm just gonna assume it's a void thing. And if it isn't, void star always works, right? So, create window. And okay, I have to look up some of these things, but others I can already guess what they would be, right? So window class name is probably obviously going to be this one up here that we registered as an atom. So probably good thing to have this as a class name, right? Sure, can make this const, whatever, it doesn't really matter. Class name, and this will be class name, right? Window name, this is probably going to be the title, but I'm not sure. So H instance is definitely the handle, right? The process handle. X and Y, I could just set this to 0, but there is probably something so you can make it the center of the screen. Apparent, do we have a parent window? We do not have one, so I can probably just set this to 0. Do I have a menu? Absolutely not, so probably 0. LP void lparam, I don't know what that is yet, so I have to look that up. Okay, window name, let's just assume this is Hello Windows, right? Okay, let's be correct. There we go. So WX style, what is that? That is the Windows class. Hang on, I'm a bit lost. Where's create window? There it is. WX style. The extended window style of the window being created. Extended window style. What do we have here? Forces a top-level window onto the taskbar when the Windows is visible. Okay, that is app window. Window border with a sunken edge. Control panel parent. Layout specification, scroll bars. Okay. An overlapped window. I remember that one. That says the window has a border with a raised edge and client edge, which is... The window has a border with a sunken edge. So a raised and a sunken edge? Interesting. Right. And then we have tool window. The window is intended to be used as a floating toolbar. A tool window has a title bar that is shorter than a normal title bar. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Yeah, it's not a tool window, right? The window should be placed above all non-topmost windows. That is only really... that is only interesting for like tools and stuff. I think I'm just going to do overlap window. Okay, so this is overlap window. Then we have W style. So this was... Wait. This was extended window style. And then we have style. What? Oh, I see. If it is a disabled window, if it belongs to a group window. Right, you can specify the, I remember this, the maximize and minimize buttons and stuff like that. Window is initially maximized, no. The window has a maximize button, no, don't want that. The window is an overlapped window. An overlapped window has a title bar and a border. And then there's overlapped window, which is overlapped with caption, system menu, thick frame, minimize box, maximize box. Then we have a pop-up window. I don't remember what pop-up windows were. But let's say, okay, we are overlapped, right? Because we specify that up here. I don't know if I have to specify both of these. Then caption, the window has a title bar. Sure, we want the title bar. Then sys menu. The window has a window menu on its title bar. No, we don't want that at all. Okay. Thick frame. The window has sizing borders, same as size box. No, I don't want sizing borders because it's not going to be a resizable window at all. But I do want a minimize box. Okay. X. Why is there WS visible separately? That's what I don't get. There we go. The window is initially visible. This style can be turned on and off by using show window or set window pause. Show window. If the window was previously visible, the value is non-zero. If the window was previously hidden, the return value is 0. Hang on. As noted in the discussion of NCMD show, which we do not have, right. Huh. I'm not quite sure about the show behavior. Well, let's set it to visible. Why not? What could go wrong, right? Okay. Then X and Y coordinates. So we can use CW use defaults. I'm pretty sure there's also stuff to like center the window. Maybe not. I could swear there was something. Oh well, I can figure that out later on. It doesn't matter. At the moment, let's just use default for all of these. So 3 more times, right? 1, 2, 3. So X, Y. Wait, was it X, Y first? Yeah, let's just X, Y. Width, height. And then the last thing is the LP void param. Pointed to a value to be passed to the window through the create struct structure LP create params member pointed to by LP param. Zero. Executive decision. Fuck all this. All right. There we go. We have a window, hopefully. have I lost the... I have too many things open now. Let's close this. About window classes. I mean, probably want this open. Get module handle A, we just dealt with. Window prog, probably need that, yeah. Sure. Using Windows classes. Okay. Where is the page that I had before with like creating the windows? Was it here? Did I just... Oh yeah, okay, cool. So create a window. Oh right, so, and this returns null. If the function fails, the return value is null. To get extended information, call getLastError. Fine. Here they have written it down. This function typically fails for one of the following reasons: an invalid parameter value, the system class was registered by a different module, the WHCBT hook is installed and returns a failure code. Whatever that is. If one of the controls in the dialog template is not registered, or its window procedure fails, WM create or WMNC create. Yeah, yep. Okay. In any case, we'll probably just want to exit the process. So if window is 0, let's quit. Again, I will probably add message boxes later on, right? But yeah. And then they suggest to call show window with ncmd show. I do not have ncmd show because, you know, I'm not calling winMain. But so what we want is probably this one. VC startup internal. From the startup info of the process. Right, get startup info. Okay. So we can actually sort of mimic what winMain is doing by getting the ncmd show ourselves, similar to what we did with the handle right here. So let's just copy this and let's have a look at get startup info and whether there is an A variant available. Let's go here. Win32 get startup info. Get startup info A. Specifies the Windows Station desktop standard handles an appearance of the main window for a process at creation time. Whew. Okay, the name of the desktop. For console processes, this is the title displayed in the title bar if a new console window is created. Okay, so it has a title. Okay, interesting. It provides startup location and size. So if CW use default is being used, it actually uses the size that is specified by the startup info. And startup info is usually what the kernel provides us, right, when it starts up our process and fills it in with like specific informations of where it should put the window and things like that. That makes sense. For graphical user interfaces, this information affects the first window created by create window function. So the window that I'm just trying to create right now. And shown by the show window function. For console processes, this information affects the console window if a new console is created for the process. Okay. Well, let's try and honor this, right? So get startup info A, and we can leave this as startup info. I don't like this way of doing this, but we probably just want startup info A, right? And then we can set the show flags. D word is, I think, the U32, right? Show flag. And then can get startup info A ever fail? That is another question, right? Win32 get startup info A. Rust documentation, are you for real? Dude, I just... Come on, man. Is there only get startup info W? That would be weird because there is a startup info A, right? Okay, it's just void, so whatever, doesn't really matter. And then what I want to do then is probably just call show window, right? Okay, show window, our window, and we want the show flag. Now, show window. Win32 show window. Does this have an A version or anything like that? No, but it has a boolean. Do we need to care about this? No, not really. Okay. Builds debug GBHeaderExtractor minus GUI. Well, I mean, I'm showing it, but then I'm immediately terminating the process, right? Which is not great. So let's read on. Window messages, right? The message loop, right? I do remember that. Warning, don't actually write your loop this way. Then why you show it? Oh, man. Okay, yeah, just calling translate message and dispatch message, right? Fine. What is a message? It's a struct. Fantastic. Okay. So a message, let's initialize it to 0. Why not? It doesn't really matter. We have a while loop where we're always calling get message. That basically pops the next message of the message queue, right? What kind of parameters do you have? I remember using peak messages for game. So get message actually seems to be blocking. Makes sense. We're just waiting for a new message to arrive on the message queue. A handle to the window whose messages are to be retrieved. If the window is null, get message receives messages for any window that belongs to the current thread. And any messages on the current thread's message queue whose window value is null. Therefore, if the window handle is null, both Windows messages and thread messages are processed. if the handle is -1, getMessage retrieves only messages on the current thread message queue whose window value is null. That is, thread messages posted by post message or post thread message. That's the thing. Do I need to handle other Windows messages for this program? Or do I just focus on the messages for that particular window? Like, remember, a general message would be something like, I don't know, screensaver is turning on, right? Something like that. Do I care? Greetings, Kakerlaken Joe. Okay, to do, check if I can only handle window messages here. Whoops. Instead of all. No, just that. Okay, check if I can only handle Windows messages here, or window messages here. No, if I can... Check if I can only handle messages of the main window here. That makes more sense. So, and then there's message filtering, right? So you can filter out certain ranges of messages. The integer value of the lowest message value to be retrieved, right? So you can basically give a range of messages, so a min and a max of messages you want to allow through. I mean, let's just allow everything until I figure this out. I just want to see a window now. So if the function retrieves a message other than WM quit, the return value is non-zero, which means the while will just loop over. If we receive WM quit, we just go out of here. And then, I mean, you could do multiple things here, right? You could now jump back into this part right here. Let's do it this way. So to exit code success, which will then go into the main function right here, and it will return the exit code and then just exit the process. Yeah, okay, I'm just going to do that. Do I need to close the window, anything like that? Nope, that will be all handled by Windows itself, right? Why waste time doing it when the operating system is doing it for me? If I do this myself, I might just introduce other errors. If there's an error, the return value is -1. Okay. If there's an error, the return value is -1. For example, the function fails if the window handle is an invalid window handle, or LP message is an invalid pointer. Is that the only ways it can fail? Bool. Bool is an int. Okay. Let's call it result, right? I don't think I need to handle this case because, I mean, I'm just getting incredibly paranoid because they don't always write all the failure points in the documentation. So I'm like, okay, are there other errors that could happen? You know, the possibility of a -1 return value in case that h is an invalid parameter, such as referring to a window that has already been destroyed, means that such code can lead to fatal application errors. But like, unless I'm doing something stupid and call destroy window, it, all right, whatever. Let's just leave it in. Doesn't matter. Okay, and then the next calls is translate message and dispatch message. So what do those do? Let's see. Win32 translate message. Translates virtual key messages into character messages. The character messages are posted onto the calling thread's message queue to be read the next time the thread calls getMessage. Interesting. So basically what this is doing, it's taking a look at the message, see if it needs to translate it, and if it does, it posts it back onto the message queue to be processed later on. For virtual key messages. Right, so this can go quite deep into handling different message types and all this kind of stuff, but probably don't worry about this for now. So I'm just going to call translate message similar as in the example and just move on from there. And I'll adjust it if I ever need it. And then we have dispatch message. Wait, so this is just me handing the message off basically to the right windows, right? Because I'm getting everything. I'm just saying, well, translate it and, you know, put it back onto the queue and whatever. Or okay. I don't quite get it. I haven't fully grokked this yet. Like, I get that there's a message queue for every single process, right? Because that's how Windows communicates with all these machines, right? If the user is doing something, it's getting put onto the message queue, so programs could react accordingly. What I don't understand is why it's on me to get the message, translate it, and dispatch it again. That is a bit weird to me. Like, especially if we come to that where I have to define a Windows procedure anyways for this specific window, which is essentially the callback for all the messages that this Windows is receiving, right? Oh well. There's probably something that I miss that will maybe become apparent later. I'll definitely should read this whole message queue thing, right? So this whole thing. But I'm not going to read that on stream because that would be incredibly boring, right? Message deadlocks. Oh, great. That can happen as well. Fantastic. Okay, yeah, so that is definitely something I need to read. I'm gonna put this as a bookmark so I don't forget. I mean, I keep the tab open anyways, probably, but... Okay, so we're translating and dispatching messages. Great, the return value is generally ignored. Fantastic. And with translate message, I probably don't need to care either. For now, at least. And then we're gonna go to the callback. So this is the window callback. The dispatch message function calls the window procedure of the window that is the target of the message. Sure, that makes sense. So, window procedure callback function. What is L result? I really hate Windows types, honestly. It's long pointer. Cool. What is long pointer. A pointer to a long pointer. Oh no, that is P long pointer. Sorry. So where's long pointer? Come on. You're not showing me long pointer. There we go. That is an int64. Cool. So the procedure would be something like I64, right? I don't like using the Windows stuff. So this is an int64. The Windows procedure, I think we can name whatever we want to, right? So main window procedure or callback if you want, or message handler or whatever you want to name it, right? We have a void star, which is the handle of the message, right? Yeah, handle of the window, sorry. So let's just call it window, right? Because that is what create window XA returns. Whoa. Then this parameter is typically named uMessage. This is the message type as a uint. Cool. And a uint is what? Just an unsigned int. So U32. That is the message type, right? And then two additional message information. So L param and W param. What? So that is a uint pointer. Interesting. And lparam is a long pointer. And a long pointer we said is int64. So that would be S64 for me. Lparam, sure. And then, whoa, nope. uint pointer, which is what exactly? Also int64. Fantastic. That makes so much sense. Unsigned, sorry. So U64. Did I just mix them up? I think I just mixed them up. Yeah. Whoops. Okay. I just hate using those Windows defines for types because it kind of obfuscates what it is and it annoys the hell out of me. So this is why I'm trying to be like explicit. Like, nothing wrong about a void pointer, right? It's a window. It's like, I don't have the structure. Fine, just give me a void pointer. I call it handle or HWD or whatever. Like, who cares? Just name what it is on the tin, right? And I know this is ironic given I have type defs for the integer types, but I just also hate the default integer types. Right? Like, who wants to type that? No. Okay. Okay, so that is the callback. So what does it do? What can I do in here? Okay, I can switch over the message types, and then depending on what it is, I can then handle that message type, right? That is fine. And then there is default message handling. Good. If you don't handle a particular message in your window procedure, pass the message parameters directly to the def window proc function. This function performs the default action of the message, which varies by message type. Cool. So I could probably just say return def window proc, get the window, have the message type, and have sure w param and l param. And then in here in Windows class, I just define the main window procedure. So warning, assignment within conditional expressions. Yes, so what? Why do you always complain about that? That is perfectly reasonable code. Could disable that warning, but I'm too lazy. Okay, so build and then run. Except run won't work. My little run script, right? Because I... okay, fine. Debug GBHeaderExtractor minus GUI. There we go. Hello, Windows. Fantastic. Look at that. And it's not a resizable window, obviously, because I didn't want it to be resizable. And it has the title Hello Windows here. Fantastic. But where's the X button? And the minimize button. I said I want a minimize box. Why is it not there? Pew, pew, pew. Okay, use overlap window. That's good for you, but like, window styles. The window is a child window. It cannot have a menu bar. Okay, what if I do sys menu, right? Ah, shoot. Ah, no, it's stuck. Because I'm probably not processing the WM close message, right? So, yeah, there it is, still happily running. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Okay. Let's do that real quick then. Handling close messages. I think WM close. Closing the window. Post quit message on WM destroy. Okay. So switch over the message type. We have a message type of destroy, and we're calling post quit message, and then just return 0. Okay. How do I know what to return from the Windows procedure, by the way? Nope, that's the same thing. Nope. It depends on the message sent. Okay, well, let's just return 0, I suppose, as it did in the example. Why not? Okay, so now I have WSys menu. Let's see what that does. Okay. Cool, that at least has the boxes, and I can minimize, maximize. Yeah, okay, the background is not being redrawn. That is correct. I have this stuff right here. I also have an icon. I have close and the close box right here, which hopefully has terminated the process. It has. Okay, cool. So sys menu was the missing part. What does caption do? The window has a title bar, but I mean, it has a title bar, so I don't understand. So what does that? What does that do? Right. Looks the same to me. And what is thick frame? Don't see a difference whatsoever. Oh. Is that because of thick frame? Whoops. The Windows has a sizing border. Yeah, okay, so thick frame is adding the sizing box. Yeah, I definitely don't want that. I want a fixed window size at some point. I don't know how big the window should be yet. I just leave it as is right now, and then adjust later on once I have all the controls in there. But that's basically it. Okay. Cool. And I wonder now, so if I have let's go to projects, GBHeaderExtractor, build, debug, have this little thing right here. If I now do, I hate this new Windows thing so much. Show more options. Create shortcut. There it is. And properties minus GUI. Yeah, so that's what I was afraid of, because I was talking about the subsystem of console and not console, and because this is primarily a console application that happens to ship with the GUI if you want to, you have this brief moment where a console window pops up in the back and disappears, right? But that's all right. I mean, whatever. I don't want to build like two executables, one for UI and one for the console thing. And as I mentioned before, if I build it with subsystem Windows, I can have console output, but then the terminal doesn't wait on the output to happen, so you have some really weird behavior when you actually call it from the terminal. It's like you can't really have the best of both worlds, which is kind of shit. But it is what it is. On such a small tool, I shouldn't really be bothered. Okay. I have about 30 minutes left, roughly. And then I'm gonna need a coffee and take my little dog for a walk. She's just cleaning herself over there. So if you hear some weird sounds, that's what it is. Okay, but I do want to look into controls at least, right? I do want to draw something into the window. That is my goal for today. And if it takes a bit longer than half an hour, that's fine. But I definitely want to have something that is in the window. How do I do that? So I do know which is a bit weird in Windows, is that every control, everything, anything in Win32 is a window, right? So you open a window, and if you draw a button in that window, it is actually a window. It's kind of weird to think about, right? But essentially, what you can think of is like it blocks out. So let's look at this window. It basically blocks out just little rectangles of a pixel area. And then with all the styles that you can specify, it then gives it a certain meaning, right? So that's why a window. So essentially everything is a window. Like this little thing is a window. This is a window. This tab thingy here is a window, right? It's a window into the overall relative pixel area of your process, I guess. I don't know. I'm explaining it really poorly, but essentially window doesn't mean window that you can move around. It just means a window in the screen where you can then specify what you draw on and give it a certain meaning. So what I want is, let's make a button, right? Simplest thing in the world. Actually, yeah, let's make a button, and that button starts the whole process of going through all the files and reading all the Game Boy ROM headers, right? And that will just work fine because it will use as input and output path the current process directory from where it started on, right? So if I just start this tool without any command line arguments, right, it still does something. It just goes through wherever you've called it from and goes through the file and creates an output file and tries to read basically everything as Game Boy ROM headers. Now there's a lot of files that are smaller than 32 kilobyte. That's why you see this output right here. But essentially, if you then look at here, projects, because I just run it, there's this CSV file right here, and because I have this little test ROM here, this is the output it actually creates, right? So we can do the same thing with the UI, right? So the UI is basically just a command line tool in UI form, so you don't have to type it into, like, you know, as command line arguments. No, it's C, not C#. And yeah. So because of that, it will just use the files that are in the current process itself. So it will have exactly the same output. No, it will obviously not complain about these things, right? But yeah. You need help in C#, all right? Maybe someone in the chat can help out, I don't know. Or, you know, Google is your friend. All right, let's get a button going. I want to know how to make a button in Win32. So how do I do that? Wait, how do I even go on about this? User input. No, that's probably just... Right, this will not talk about any stuff. Yeah, so IO means live is a C# developer, so if you have questions, maybe you can help out. I'm sorry that I'm putting work on you. Well, technically I'm a C# dev as well, or at least used to be, but I need to focus on this button. So let's do... I had a page that had talking about controls in Win32. So Win32 controls, right? There we go. Custom controls, don't need that. There's a control library. There you go, button. Okay. state. Do I need to worry about state? Probably not. Using buttons. How to create a button. Okay. There you go. See, create window to call a button. And you just specify certain styles that basically define what the button is supposed to be. So, okay. Should I use create Windows X instead for the extra styles? I mean, I could do, right? Let's just copy this. And let's just draw a button. So similar to the window handle, what we will then have is a button, right? So a handle to a button. We're calling create Windows X A. And we will just slowly fill in all of these things. Ah. Okay. So there is a predefined class for buttons. And also certain constants for buttons. That's good to know. Not button messages. I'm lost now. Using buttons. How to create a button. There we go. Okay, so button is a predefined class name. Bouton, right? The window name, so this will be what is actually shown as text on the button. So we're going to be like... let's just call it start. Why not? I mean, I don't think we allow links in the chat. I'm not sure. But you could probably DM him directly. I don't know. Now we can't see the link. Okay, I'm gonna do the styles a bit later. So button, let's just say Values must be specified because CW use default for a button sets these values to 0. Okay, so we can't use that. So let's just say, same as in the example, 1010, right? So we're on position 1010 of the window. And then the width and height, I don't know, let's say 200 in width and just 100 in height. Then the window parent will be the window that we created before, right? Because now this is a child window of our window that we created beforehand. Menu, okay, I guess that can just be 0. The H instance. Interesting. I don't know what it's doing there with get window long pointer. Let's check the H instance. A handle to the instance of the module to be associated with the window. Right. We know that much, but like... Oh, there's the system classes. Look at that. Button, combo box, edit, list box, rich edit, scroll bar, and static. So like a text field or something. Okay, but what about the instance? So what is it doing there in the example? It is using get window long pointer to GWLPH instance. What is that? Retrieves the handle to the application instance. So wait, it's just... Is it just... Oh, it's just a really weird way of... Okay, I can just pass in the handle. Right? Okay, my dog is losing her shit again downstairs, so I have to check what's going on. I'll be back in a minute. Right, took a bit longer because this little shit right here wanted to play. So, but I don't have time for that right now. I need to make the button, and then we can play. All right. Pointer not needed for lparam. Okay, let's just do 0 there. Okay, extra style, probably don't need one for now. But there is a default push button style. Interesting. Sorry, where was the... There we go. What the hell is this? Control create. Jeez. So, creates a push button that behaves like a BS push button. BS for bullshit. But has a distinct appearance. If the button is in a dialog box, the user can select the button by pressing the Enter key, even when the button does not have the input focus. That is pretty cool. That is actually pretty cool. Okay, I do like that. How do I set my window to a dialog box? That's what I'm wondering. Okay, what else are they using? WS child. Why the need for WS child, right? Window styles. Child. The window is a child window. A window with this style cannot have a menu bar. Okay, yeah, that makes sense because it is a control, right? It is not actually a window that we want to display. It is rather a control within a window. That makes total sense. W is visible because the button should be visible. And then WS tab stop. I think that is just so you can use tab to switch between the controls. Hang on, those are the button styles. I wanted to go to the window style. Tab stop. There we go. The window is a control that can receive the keyboard focus when the user presses the tab key. Pressing the tab key changes the keyboard focus to the next control. Yes. Yep. Love it. Love it. Okay, just gonna use the same thing then, and visible, right? Okay, so that is our bouton. If button equals 0, right? Just gonna copy and paste this shmoo right here. And then we say show window, and then we should have a button. It won't do anything yet, but we should have a button. Whoops. GUI. Sweet! Oh, glorious button. Well, I cannot press the enter key to do anything. Oh, I can press space, but not enter, because this is not a dialog window, right? So I might want to change that somehow. But glorious, glorious button. Right. Doesn't do anything yet, but we'll get there. Okay. What is a dialog box, right? Hang on. Dialog frame. Window has a border and a style typically used with dialog boxes. A window with that style cannot have a title bar. Ugh. Yeah, okay, maybe I shouldn't use that. But whatever, we have tab stop, right? So we can tab to the button. That's kind of cool. I like that. But now I need to handle messages of that button, which is probably in the main window procedure. So there should be some kind of message type once I click a button. And can probably figure out what kind of message. Button control messages. BM click. This message causes the button to receive the WML button down and L button up messages. Not used must be 0, not used must be 0. Okay. Do you want to go back down? All right. I'll be ready in a second. Okay. Okay, but that sends button click, right? This is not receiving a button click because it says to window receive a button clicked notification code. Ah, that's button control notifications, right? So click, double clicked. What? Okay. Paint whether it has been painted, set focus, right? Unpushed. Okay, let's do the clicked one then. The L word contains the button's control identifier. The high word so the W param specifies the notification code. I'm not exactly sure what that means. The parent window of the button receives this notification code through the WM command message. Handle to the control window. Okay, well, let's just have a look, shall we? Not this one. We want the, sorry, WM command, right? I'm just going to make a return here. And look at this in the debugger, right? Oh, yeah, I know. Okay, so we have our window. Cool, so we receive a WM command. And the W param is 0. Is button click 0? That is what I'm wondering. Button clicked is 0. Okay. Cool. That's why. So it says W param is, so this is the high word, right? Is it? No, hang on. Ah, that's what they mean. Okay, so, right. So W param is 64 bits, right? And the high order bit, right, whatever that would be, which is 32 bits, has the notification code, right? Notification code, which in our case is 0 for clicked. And then the low word, so the low order bit, so 32 bits, right, has the control identifier. But what is the button control identifier? Right, how do I specify that? I mean, in my case, it is 0, but okay, what if I have, let's kill this. What if I have 2 buttons? Right? Let's just say we copy this. Have button 2. Let's call it lol, whatever. Move it to 210. right? There we go. This is our second button. And then start this again. Cool. So now if I click lol, the identifier is still 0. lparam is 2163376, whatever that means, right? Okay, let's continue. Well, that's the handle to the button. All right. Okay, so that is just the pointer, right? So control identifier. Okay, I don't know what the control identifier is, but I probably don't need it. How would I distinguish between the two buttons then? I mean, I do have the handle to it, and I receive the handle as an lparam right here, right? Not that it matters, my application only needs just one button, but you know, it would be nice to know. Well, Interesting. I'm just wondering what the best way to like anyways, I was just wondering what the best way to do this is now, how to recognize like which button has been pressed, right? Okay, in my instance, it's going to be easy. It's just going to be one button. But there might be other controls in there, right? So I could probably have something like a state struct for the button. And that's just going to be global whatever. I wonder what lparam is sine 64. Did I screw that up? Because that kind of is weird to me. Yeah, that is right. Okay. So one dirty way to do this would just be right, right. And then just for the fun of it, let's just make a second button. Right. I just want to see this work, even though, as I said, I only will have one button. Button two handle, yep. So I receive a command, and the sorry for jumping back and forth. Okay. Someone asked this on Stack Overflow. Do I want to click on it? No, not yet. Oh. Hang on. What is this? Get dialog control ID. What does this spit out? So let's say here, G button handle. Actually, let's put this and G button 2 handle. Let's make my little assert. Actually, no. What does it return? An int. So S32 ID1 and ID2. Wait, what? Did I not have a breakpoint there? I did not. Okay. Both control IDs are 0. Interesting. So this is not what I thought it would be. An application sets the identifier for a child window where it creates the window by assigning the identifier value to the H menu parameter. A handle to a menu or specifies a child window identifier depending on the window style. Are you kidding me? So this can be either a handle or just an ID randomly. So if I give button 2 the ID 42, right? What? Oh, really? What is H menu? Come on. Oh, for fuck's sake. Nope. It's a handle. But a handle is a void pointer. Are you serious? Okay. All kinds of weird. Okay. Well, I set it to the address of that, so that's not helpful, isn't it? But now, if I just do that, it now has the value in there. Okay. Oh, come on. Well, this is still 0. Okay, if I now just say, oh my lord, sorry. Let's say ID 42 like so. Hello. Thanks for the raid. Okay. Where was I? So hmenu 42. Right, I can't compile because I'm still running it. So there we go. And then back to the debugger. Okay. And now ID1 is 0. And ID2 is 42. Oh, thank you for that. No CRT is based. Yeah. But it doesn't help when dealing with Windows right now. Still have to deal with the terrible user32 library. Okay, so we figured out how to put IDs on controls. And then essentially, if I now click lol, the W param is 42, which is excellent. What I don't quite understand is, so according to the documentation, Oh, the high word specifies the notification code. Okay, cool. So now with this in mind, I can now do something like so. So yeah, that's a lot of tabs. It's kind of how my brain functions when I'm diving into something that I have no idea of, and then I just open tab after tab, and then, you know, jump between those, and it can get a bit messy. But in my brain, it kind of works. But yeah, to be fair, I can probably close some of these already. Oh, you also do that. Well, there you go. Yeah, it's kind of bad when you already have to scroll your tab bar, right? Okay, so let's do U32. So what we have is the ID, right? And the ID is W. Oh my god, W param. Just the low byte of it, right? And then we have a U32 of. Oh, thanks for the follow. Oh, look, they have macros for this. Low word and high word. Oh, you look at that. I guess you have to do that a lot. I'm not going to bother with those macros right now, though. But essentially, for the button, that is the notification code, right? So the code, so that would be U32. But what we want is the W param, and we shift over by 32. I think that's probably exactly what those macros do, right? Let's see. High word. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now I can specifically say if ID is 42, right? Let's just print a message box. Message box A, I always forget the parameters. Window. Let's just do no owner window, whatever. We don't care, right? And then we have the text and the caption, right? Caption is the title, yeah. So, lol indeed. Booga. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Type. Oh, this is clearly an exclamation mark. And it needs... Where's a button? Okay. There we go. We're not going to even wait for the result, whatever. Doesn't matter. I just want to see it work. Okay. So now, actually, let me get rid of this code. I don't know. Yeah, I don't need to have access to the ID anymore. That's okay. What? What did I miss? Well, the equal sign. Fantastic. Message box A, too many actual parameters. Right, because this one needs to be ORed together. Code, local variable. Okay, it's not referenced. Yeah, but I mean, okay, fine. Code equals 0. I mean, that is the button. What was it again? The button clicked message. Button messages. Nope. Nope. Notifications. There we go. This one. Button clicked. If I want to be nice about it. And I mean, let's run this without the debugger. There we go. So start does nothing now. But if I click lol, I open the message box. Fantastic. Well, and I can open a ton of them. Okay. Yay. Well, it's some kind of UI, I suppose. Right, but I'm happy that I have figured this out. So I can, I did the thing, yeah. Now I can actually just remove the second button, have the start button there, give it a proper ID, right? Sorry, ID right here. And then, yeah, if I later on add like multiple other buttons, then they won't just execute all the same thing. So that is a good thing. So what I can do is get rid of this. And let's say define GB button start ID. Yeah, why not? 42. We already have the code in there. So this is the button start. H menu. We give it this ID. Remove the second button right here. And then if ID is this button right here and the code is clicked, then we want to start the processing of all the files, right? So similar that I did with the command line tool, only now in UI. So what I want to call is read ROM headers. And that is in program.h. Right, so include, get out of here, program.h. It's not really nice, but yeah, whatever. And just do that. Now, the arena, we pass an arena. Okay, so this is now, and now I have to kind of figure out how do I pass stuff into the message callback, right? Because this function needs the arena. And it has options that it also needs. It has an output file that I need to open. Oh, which I haven't even done for the... Ah, damn. Yeah, there's a lot of things I need to pass in. But how do I pass those in, right? I mean, one way to do this is like have a global struct that holds on to like, you know, sort of like a context. That's like the easiest way to do it, I think. So something like UI context, right? And what do we need? We need an arena. Should be able to type. Jeez, no, come on. I really need coffee, guys, honestly. I've been going at this for how long now? Almost 4 hours. I need coffee, I need food, and I need to walk my dog. So, void output, right? Let's just put everything in there that I need. Input buffer t buffer. And we have strt for the path, that is the string path. Right. Okay, so now I could do a few things before opening the window. Actually, I could probably change this to... Yeah, let's do that. Let's plug this out, put this here. And then we just say, you know what, give me the UI context. Right? And then in here, we have UI context T. Hello? Did my keyboard just ran out of battery? Are you kidding me? No! Okay, I have a cable here. Should be fine, should be fine. Hang on. Cable. Woo! Alright. Can't believe it! Ran out of battery. That's a first. Mid-typing. It's great. Right. And then I can say, all right, we have a context at some point. We assume the context won't be 0 ever. We can have this assert right here. Right. Assert is not null. This assert macro only checks those things in debug mode. In release mode, it will just resolve to nothing, which is quite nice. Then we have the arena. Then we have options. We have output. We have buffer. And whoops. The path. Did I just name this path as well? Yeah. Path of least resistance. Why not? Okay, and here I just want the context, right? Context, again, let's make an assert. And then GUI context. Yeah, I just copy pasted the name, Jesus. Okay, that doesn't quite make sense. Let me show you why. So program, this is the branch, right, where so this is the actual program. This is the meat of the program. And this is what it's doing when the UI flag is found. And this is what it's doing when the UI flag is not present. So it's just a console application. It does a bunch of things here where it actually opens the output file. But that will be specified by the UI and things like that, right? So I don't really need those things except the arena and the options as I had before. I mean, the context still makes sense, but this doesn't. Right. Basically, I'm just going to set up a new context here. And that would be arena, options, and the rest, I suppose, 0. Actually, I probably don't even need these things in the context. Anyways, I don't know how to deal with that stuff yet, right? So because if I run this program and there's like lots of folders it needs to go through, it will like stall the message callback, and which means the whole UI will hang. So I need to figure something out where I'm like, maybe just set a specific state and then do this in the message loop somehow or something. I don't know. I'll need to figure it out, right? But that's not part of today. I just wanted to see if I click a button that it actually does all this stuff. So I'm just going to hack this in right now. This context doesn't probably make much sense because, like, yeah, this will all be done in here and set in here. So, but whatever. Let's just copy some stuff. So open the output file. That is indeed something we need to do. Yep. Wait. No, that's not what I wanted. Shortcuts. I don't know my own shortcuts. Okay, so that is output file. That will be GUI context output. Right, and this will be options. Sure, I can just call exit process here if anything fails. That doesn't matter right now. I will deal with that another time. Okay, then write the table header, allocate the input buffer. Well, allocating the input buffer I can definitely do earlier than that, right? That I can do in here. Then I don't even need to hold on to the arena, to be honest. Oh, no, I do. But what am I talking about? Okay. Input buffer, well... Let's give it proper names. Actually can do it like... No, can I call it there? Probably not. What is path in the beginning? I forgot how my program works. It's just options, input. Okay, so I don't even really need path there. Man. Okay, let's remove path. Let's remove output. We have arena, options, and buffer. That's all we need. Right. And then we're allocating the input buffer down here. And we set this to buffer. Okay, then output will be something else. And path is just options input. Right. Wait, the options are a pointer, so okay, and this will be the file, so right. Of course. What have I done wrong? Oh, struct. Line 8. Say what now? What? Oh. I don't know how to see anymore. I really need coffee. Context, right, context doesn't exist anymore, but we want to make sure the arena is not null, and we want to make sure the options are not null, right? Okay, builds. Syntax error 4.5, right, because of UI context T, is that why? Oh, right. Yeah. Fine. Okay, let's do it this way then, right? And then there we go. Yeah, don't need that anymore. I mean, I could have the assert in there for like arena at least, and no, I don't need that because I have asserts for these things down here, right? So let me do this. It's just dot. Okay. What else? 2.6. You're correct. 4.9. What? Thanks for the follow. Oh, it's just returning. It's just a struct. Okay, fine. 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 Fine by me. And these are semicolons as well. Hoity ho. What now? 3.2. Okay, what? Function cannot convert input buffer to input buffer pointer. That is correct. That is indeed correct. You're absolutely right. G button handle, undeclared identifier. Where am I using that? 9.3. Oh, yeah. No, that is wrong. That is just bouton. Yay, okay. Right. So now, let's remove this output CSV. And if I click start, yes. Access was denied. Yes, that is correct. Access was indeed denied because now it's a UI application, right? So I need to actually close the file handle, which before with the command line interface, I didn't have to bother because, you know, it just runs and then it stops. And when it's done, it kills the process, right? So it didn't have to bother cleaning up. But now with the UI application, you can press the start button many times. So close handle, output. Oh dear, I probably need to do a lot of cleanup then. I just realized. No, read ROM headers is cleaning up the memory at least, thanks to the arena. Do I need to clean up anything else? Probably not. No, it's just the output file handle. It's just the output file handle. I'm pretty sure of it. Famous last words. But okay. Okay. I mean, this will work again, right? So this is fine. What? Okay. And there is the data of the one ROM file that I have as a test in that folder. So this is a Game Boy ROM, right? This is Tetris, I think, which I own a legal copy of. I just want to mention that, so that no one gets any ideas here. Right, cool. The header is not being written at the moment, which is correct because I have not done this. Right table header, right? This needs to be done in the UI application as well. So right here, the output file is just output. Options is UI context.options, and that's it. Right. Yeah. And now we have a header. Cool. Okay, so now I at least know how to draw things in Win32, which is great. And then I can figure out a lot of the different styles and stuff like that. Why is Chief what? I just opened. Okay, whatever. So basically what I want here is it's just going to be a very small window, right? The button obviously won't be that big. And the only thing that's going to happen is I will basically have fields for all of these optional command line flags that you could set for the command line interface tool. So you can specify an input path and an output file. So I assume I will probably have like, you know, a text field where you can add stuff and then maybe a button which opens a dialog box to select a folder or a file. That will be interesting to do. I know there's some ways in Windows to get like the default dialog open for this kind of stuff. I just need to figure out how. Then there's flags for like recursive, right? So probably just a checkbox where we can check, hey, do a recursive find through all the folders to look for Game Boy ROMs. The headless option, which basically just means don't write the file header, like the table header, that was just missing just before in the CSV file. Not sure how useful that is, but I mean, it's useful if you use the append, right? But maybe I just have one checkbox for append, which automatically applies headless. But then I kind of have the flexibility in the command line tool, so I maybe want to give that in this tool as well. I don't know. We'll see. I'll figure it out. And then maybe some styling, because good God, this button is ugly. No, sorry, positive attitude. It's the most beautiful button I have ever seen in my entire life. There you go. But that's it for today, I think. Been going on for 4 hours now. And we went through a lot of stuff. So, button messages. Right, don't need that. Command controls. You know what? This one I'm going to bookmark. That one is useful. All of this stuff I can probably close. Windows styles. I mean, nah, I don't save that. It's probably easy to find. What was this one? Custom controls. Well, that's in the Windows Control tab anyway, so I'm going to leave that one as well. Okay, this is absolutely useful. System error codes is a very useful page, as well as like Windows data types if you do not want to look at the header file all the time when you not use Visual Studio, which is what I don't use. Like, I do have this extra instance of Sublime Text open where I have all the source and include files of the Windows SDK in here, so I can actually search for things and look for things. But yeah, it's kind of nice to sometimes just have this list here where I can just look through stuff. Writing the Windows procedure, we did that. Yup. Okay, yeah, this message queue thing, that's what I'm going to read before I attempt to stream even again. Because there's a lot of things, lots of questions I have about the messaging system on Windows, which I have no idea about. Oh, I already bookmarked this, so that's perfect. What's this? WM close. Okay. Managing application state. What is this about? State info. Ooh. Okay, so this is basically what I'm doing with the context, right? I can just pass it onto the window and then retrieve it back out, so I don't have to have the global. Okay, that is absolutely useful. An object-oriented approach. What are objects? The fuck? Ah, look, template code. Ah! All right. No, but that is cool. I didn't know that there's actually something in there where I can just define a struct and then attach it to window to later retrieve it in the callback. That is really cool and really useful. Okay, definitely gonna bookmark this one. That's what I'm gonna do next time. Okay, don't need this, don't need this, don't need this, and cool. Lots to read. I should also probably bookmark this one and this one. Okay. Implement UI. Okay. Let's make this a bit clearer. Implement input selection We want this with the default OS dialog. I'm sure there must be something, right? Checkboxes for various option flags. These are non-UI things. Maybe I should preface this as UI, right? So I know what needs to be done. Yes. That was my alarm, I'm sorry. Other things for UI, use application state feature, right? Let's attach this one just in case I close my browser and forget about it. Right. UI. Make sure the UI does not hang when processing loads of data recursively. I'm pretty sure that is what is gonna happen at the moment. So I need to figure out a way to do that there. What else? What else did I say? Well, UI, make it nice a little. Although, it doesn't really need to be that nice, right? It's just a little throwaway tool to learn Win32 programming. Okay, I think that's it. Why did I misspell dialogue? Oh yeah, I did. Okay, whatever. Does anyone have any questions, by the way, before I end the stream? Because I'm essentially done right now for today. Oh, error handling. What do you do if you need cos and sin without CRT? Well, I haven't had the need for cosine or sine yet, so I'll figure it out once I get to it, I suppose. I mean, could essentially copy these. You know, this is from the CRT, right? Let's have a look. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I have not thought about it at all. I haven't had the need for it yet. I'm pretty sure that will come up once I try and make a game. That's for sure. I don't know. There was some actually. Do those come as intrinsics? I doubt it. No. So there seem to be some intrinsics of it. Maybe you can use those, but I'm not sure. In the worst case, probably have to provide own implementation of things. But I will tackle that beast once I get to it. So, sorry, that's all I can say about that. I mean, I also have some stuff open for SIMD and things like that for memcopy. Lots of stuff to read, man. Yeah, I mean, there was didn't there we go, Handmade Hero. I think that is the one I was looking for. They had like this whole thing doing compiling stuff without the C library as well, and I think they had something about sine and cosine if I remember correctly, but I'm not sure. Maybe I misremember. No, that's not the right thing. What's this? Why did I do have asserts. Why do I... this one maybe? I remember something about where they talked about sine and cosine and someone mentioned some libraries. Or was this... Oh, it was float too long? Was it that one? Maybe I'm mixing it up. I'm sorry. Yeah, good old lookups. Why not? That's awesome. All right. I really have to get going now. I have to walk my dog right now. She's giving me already the looks from the side. So I think that was good progress today, at least. So thank you for watching, and I hope to see you next time. Bye.